right. Well, in lieu of, playing something today, I thought we would build and prototype the generator. I don't have a screenshot of the older generator. I have a good idea of generally how it looks. And we can add our own little flavors and stuff onto it as well, but I'm sure I could Google a few screenshots. Yeah, diesel generator. I don't even, what the hell? God, it's just nothing but ads on that site. Good Lord. Yeah. Of course, there's a video, but let's go image. Let's see if I just click on images. Yeah, there's a good one. There's a good one. Open image. I mean, it's not a big image. But that is the gist. And we're going to, I'm going to try to make it a little fancier. At least try to make it a little fancier. So, yeah. Anyway. Once more into the breach here. First thing I usually do is do my reference voxel. Oh, that's position. Size. 16, 16, 16. There we go. And then the faces. Image. Import. Vintage engineering. Block. Reference. Apply. Copy, paste. That just gives me a reference block for, all the different the checkerboard pattern here is just all the different voxels. 16 voxels across. Kind of how that works. So that's just my reference. Then we go back. And we can go position. Actually, let's keep that at 0. Okay. Now, we would like this is where having multiple angles of the thing would be handy. Oh my God. Let's do open image in new tab. There we go. And again, with the giant window, the tiny little image. Okay, so there's basically the opposite corner. So it looks like it's sitting on a platform, at least the front end. This is a 3 by 3 by 5 wide structure. And the base. So again, we're looking at it from the north. So do we build this? So when you place the block, it's wide. The wide part is side, like left and right. Or do we build it to be basically the long part is the north-south, basically the place that we build it in. Like, instinct tells me to do the long axis as the north-south, right? When you place the block, you're looking at the back end of this structure here, right? This is pointing. This is the front. This is pointing north, right? So that would be the front end coming down. And again, we want. I'm going to move this to the side. Okay, and then we're going to go cube. New. Base 1. This is going to be, I want to say, like maybe 6 voxels tall. And of course, we have it. For some reason, the moment I add a texture, it's like, oh, I want to have every single voxel be that texture. It's like, no, I really don't. Would that make more sense as 6? I think 6 is good. And then we want 16 by 16. And we're going to bump this up. Like that. Now the top base up image import. What am I? And the bottom metal gray. A little bit darker. Now the edges, that'll have to do that separately. Because not all edges are for all the surfaces, and I need to make sure I track which to remove. Okay, so the top and bottom is going to have to be good for now. So we can duplicate that. Duplicate it again. Okay, so that's those 3. Okay. We're going to take the whole base, duplicate that, and that position will be... Oh, I keep clicking the wrong thing. Okay, there we go, like that. And then we want another one. And then one more. Okay. And that takes care of the generic base. And then the blocks on the back here, those are the access blocks. So we're going to have, I think there is a, so we have a little port right there. That might be the fuel. Because there's one on each side. Right? So you have one on this side and one on this side. And hey, Oz, how's it going?
Hey, not too bad. How about you?
Oh, hanging in there.
Yeah.
Folks got in really late last night.
Oh boy.
Their
Did
plane
you,
was
did you,
plane was 3.5 hours late.
oof.
They had to get new brakes put on it at the airport in Arizona, so they had to sit in the plane. They were sat in the plane for 7 hours. They got back and they were like,
Man.
they were they were supposed to get in at like right around 7:45, and they didn't get in until 11:45.
Oof.
Or was it 10:45? It might have been 10:45. Because it was. Because they landed at 10:45, but they didn't get off. Like I didn't pick them up until about a half an hour later. Because they have to get off the plane, then they have to get their luggage, and it was just a whole thing.
Yep. Yeah, the onboarding and offboarding is actually sometimes worse than the plane ride itself.
Yeah, I'm always amazed when I fly. Like the fact that we haven't solved that. Right, that we have put up with this slow, and what's really annoying is when you're sitting in a plane and you're seeing just how inefficient it is when people unload, because they, as people are walking down the aisle, the people behind them are waiting, and as soon as it's their turn to go, then they get up, then they reach in, then they pull their bag out. There's this whole delay, and so there you have huge gaps between people leaving the plane because nobody. Like the way that it's done is just so inefficient. It just makes me cringe every time I have to fly, because it's like we have not solved this. We have not invented a new way. It would be if you invented a way where it was more, you had more than one door open on the plane, and they were able to leave the jetway from like the back and the front. Like the front was able to leave and the back was able to leave. You could drain it out of both sides. That would be, again, over twice as fast. It would make a huge difference. But no, we don't do that. Okay, so there's the gist. There's the base. I want to get the back here. So if those are fluid access points on either side, what I want is a voxel, and this is going to be 16, and again with the stupid reference faces. Cube. So I see in the company's GitHub, they are prototyping, and I don't understand this at all. They're prototyping a new version of the model creator. Okay. Based on Unity.
Huh.
They're using the Unity, whoever is developing it is using the Unity engine. And I'm like, You already have a rendering engine in the game. You already have one. Why are you not utilizing whatever that engine is and plugging in a model creator? Right? Well, why try to why use the Unity engine? Why not use the game's rendering? I saw that just a few minutes ago, and I was like, "What? Like what?" Flew it in
The only
left.
kind of legitimate thing I can think of is that maybe the person creating it is just that much more familiar with Unity, but even then, it's like, the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that could be, but it's one of those like, it's just bizarre.
I can almost hear like the board meeting where they're like, oh, you're creating a new engine. Cool. Are you gonna or a new model creator? Are you gonna use our engine finally? Nah,
Nah.
engine smells.
Okay, now I need the power. What's funny about this image here? Um, this this texture is what I use for my power connector. So this is when you build this, this is the thing that you plug the power into, the texture. But in the base mod, these top things are where you plug the power in. So, like using this texture down below here is not it's not good. It needs to be this texture up here. So I need to tweak that. And this doesn't need 3 connections. I don't know why it has 3 connections, but it has 3 connections. But I need it to be on the base. The actual block that you put the connector on, it needs to be on the edge of a full block, right? So it has to at least feel like it connects like that. Okay, I'll do the little details the details are the last thing we do. So with this, then we have fluid in. We want to do this. We want to clear. Okay, and then position 16. We want to go in. Let's go voxel size 4. Or would 3 be better? I think 4 works. We're going to go up. Six. Like that. And then duplicate. And shuffle it down. Like that. Okay. There's little spots right here. Little support thingies. So I thought like in my fever brain, I thought of a cool like something cool to do with this. And you know, it's one of those like, well, wouldn't it be nice if sort of situations. Basically taking the idea, because I did it with a distillation tower, making the generator essentially just the motor part, right? So chop this end off, this part back here, and just have the motor with the fluid input, you know, self-contained. And then on the out, what that would output would be a mechanical connection, right? Because that's what this thing is. It's a mechanical thing. So my thought was like, hey, instead of just having this whole thing self-contained, have the engine part, have all the things, you know, the things and the stuff with the engine, but then have a mechanical output, right? Where that you would be able to put shafts on if you wanted, or have another add-on that you build that would then be the big alternator, right? It would just be a big alternator that you would tack onto the end of the thing, and that would generate your power. And that way you could build this thing and use it as a direct mechanical power creator, right? If you actually had mechanical things that you needed to power. You know, then you could customize it. What in the world? 1:16:10. Oh, how am I? 1:16:2. How did those get so? Holy cow, that one's off. 26:32. This one, yeah, this one's off too. 16:32. 1:16. Gotta make sure all my voxels are proper here. Yeah, look at that one. How did that one get so far off? That one's not. Oh, that one's not close either. Weird. Well, I'm glad I caught this now and not when not when it was done. It's weird that the origin doesn't move. Anyway, there we go. Fixed. Everything is where it should be. Oh yeah, might as well save it. That might be a wise thing to do. Shapes, block, multi-block machine. Yes. Okay. So, MV fluid generator. Okay. Now, basically what's under this, you have the big engine over here. Basically what's under this is the alternator, right? That's why the power connector is on here. Because the big alternator is going to be sitting here. So to finish my train of thought, the idea that I had of doing this like as a module based system would be phenomenal, but it's so much more work. It's so much more work to do something like that. For one, the mechanical thing it would be brutal. But yeah, it would be so much more work to do a system like that. That I'm really not sure. I'm sure like some people would be like, "Oh, this is cool, this is neat," but it would be such a throwaway. We're talking a difference of maybe 10 hours of work to implement the generator as I'm going to do it. 10 to maybe 15. To doing a module a module based system, we're talking 50 hours. Like, because you have to do the generator, you have to do all that, you have to get that tested, then you have to do the alternator, and then you have to do all that, then you have to do whatever it is you want to do, right, with the mechanical power, and then you got to make sure the mechanical power system is good. And now, if you build a mechanical system that's going fast, you'll set on fire and destroy your wooden axles and stuff, because they actually put in you can't just infinitely make those things move super fast because friction. So there's a whole balance of like how much torque should it do, like what should, and I'm like, I don't want to mess with that. I don't think that many people would truly appreciate how much work it took to make that happen. And most people would be like, I don't really like this. And I would be like, that would spell the end of my work on the mod. Okay, so this, again, we want to go clear. This is going to be power brace. Okay, and then we want to go. Okay, and then so that's I think these are 6. Yeah, these are 6 thick. This is 4, which is 10. Right? And then we are going to need one smack in the middle here that finishes the height, because that's where the plug is going to sit on. So we grab a new voxel here. Power IO. And it's again with this stupid. Okay. Now we go 16 in, 4 up, 16. Oh no, 16 thick, and then 16, and then 6. Now I can tweak these so they're less ugly. So let's make this one instead like 2. Move it up. And then we're going to move this up. Now I have to move this back down again. Okay. So the origin here, yeah, is based off of this. So that doesn't really work for me. We'll double check that in a second. And then these can be 10. Okay, and then, so those are 10. This is another 4. That's 14. And this is 2. That's 16. That should be the very top. Right? It should be the very top of that block right there. So we can play around with the size a little bit. So we're going to take and go 2, out 1, 2, out 1, and just kind of make that stand out a little bit. Okay. So that gives us a lot of space here for the alternator. So the actual engine itself, we're going to go here, we're going to go here, we're going to go engine block. Clear stupid things out of here. So the engine block, I don't really have a good view of that because it's, you know, surrounded by all sorts of gubbins. So then we have to decide, like, how many cylinders do we want this thing? I saw a screenshot here a few days ago of a 16-cylinder industrial generator. It was a beast. So we can do the radiator. We got that pretty well documented. First, let's do the engine block here. And then position, we want to go negative. I don't know. Yeah, we can snuggle it up. 22. $46. I really don't know how to model engines very well. And my thought was, you know, this is looks like a straight 5-cylinder engine. Which I don't know. Are there 5-cylinder engines? That doesn't seem like. It's either like 4, 6, 8, 10, 16. 5 is kind of weird to me. I don't know. Somebody with more industrial experience would be able to tell me more about that, I guess. But let's do the radiator in front. So we're going to go here. We're going to do another voxel. We're going to do radiator. Face, clear, cube, position.
Five-cylinder engines are a thing. Less common than the straight 4 or the straight 6, but straight 5 engine. Been used in automobiles since the 1930s. Interesting.
Okay. Radiator 1. Copy radiator 2. Why is that off? That should not be off. Let's move it 2 more. That's more or less centered. It should be anyway. Okay. And then we're going to, and then I'm keeping it a single block, 16 voxels big, because then the texture will fit no problem. And what I should do, if I really want to be fancy with it, is we're going to shrink it down 1, bump it back, shrink it down 1, bump it back. And we'll get a bunch of detail in voxel form. Okay, so we want to copy radiator 1T. Positioning to go up. We want to shrink it down. Now the big issue with this, it has angles. The original version has an angle here. It's either a slope or it's a chamfer, whatever. That would be a little harder to do. So I am gonna opt not to do that. Because you can't really do angles very well, especially with textures. Textures don't really work with this very much. Let's go a little bit taller. 12, yeah. And then position is here. Okay. Now, let's see. I'm trying to eke out any detail. Let's see if there's any other nugget of information I can get out of this. Hmm. Not really. Hmm. There's not really any other breakdowns of the shape. There's none that are a better view than what I've already got. This thing is crazy expensive. A lot of heavy engineering blocks. um, yeah, that website's not. The wiki is not very handy. It didn't even give me a screenshot. Okay, so we've got some things here to consider. There are little add-ons. Let me pull up the actual shots here so I see them. So there are, from the radiator here, there's little tubes that come out into this, so probably coolant, stuff like that. That shouldn't be too hard. So, yeah. The engine block itself, right? This here, I need to break whatever engine is sitting on this, right? This will be like the platform for the engine block here. Right, and then we want to do a copy of this. Engine block 2 is, we want to bump this up. We're going to make it shorter, so the textures don't get all wonky. And then 16 here. Okay, and we copy that. And we copy that. Like that. Doesn't look like much. It looks like just a big blob, but, you know, we're going to try to eke out some detail out of that. Speaking of which, I want to do that. We're going to do 4, 4, middle, 2. The little radiator cap, little pressure relief valve there. Okay. Now, I mean, I understand like how an engine is built. I understand that. It's just hard to model it in terms of like really finite detail like this. Especially at an angle. What I wanted to try to do is do like a V. So you had a V, and it would be like a V10 or something like that. You'd have like 5 on each side, but it would be in a V, and you'd be able to do that. But that would be a crazy amount of things and stuff that we would have to solve. It massively complicates the shape itself, which is already kind of complex. So little detail like that, not really a high priority. So we're going to do a new cube here. This is going to be this is going to be cooler right. And then we have 16. We're going to offset it in. Yeah, offset it in a bit. And then we're going to duplicate that. Left. Position. There. Okay. We'll get to textures in a second. I really hope we have decent amount of usable textures here. This thing uses, a very different style of textures. Okay, and then cooler right, we are going to add a cube. Tube right 1. Face clear. Okay, and then out. Three. $16. Okay. There we go. Just kind of indicates, hey, this is a tube that goes somewhere. And then we need to essentially replicate that on the left. So we can copy and then just do that. Come on now. There we go. Radiator. And then we have some detail on the radiator. So this is what I was trying to do is get, so some of the detail that we could pull out of this would be the braces going back and forth. So that's why I shrunk it by 1 voxel in, so we could pull out sort of a relief of, you know, more stuff. Which is again why this is right on the edge there, because we're gonna have another voxel basically going around the outside of that. And then there are a little like fence along the radiator here. There's like a little like safety, don't put your fingers in here because, you know, they'll get them cut off. Okay. Now we have cylinder caps, basically. That's not in the center, is it? Oh. Let's maybe add. It's really hard to see. Let's move these up. Oh, no, not that way. Move these up. Go here. Oh man. Engine block 2. It's just a single voxel. It's not anything fancy. This cube will be cylinder cap 1, which we will put in the engine block, but not as part of the engine block. Okay. Because what I kind of want to do is add a little thing onto the top of this. It's like we have the main engine block here, but then there's, you know, valves and cylinders and all the little bits and bobs on the top. So what we could do, well, let's do this. It may not be hyper realistic, but When has that ever stopped us? Engine block 5. So we want to shrink this down, bring it up. We want to shrink it 2 voxels wide, offset it in. And then maybe shrink it 1. Just to sort of, I don't know, differentiate a little bit. Maybe introduce a different texture. But I needed something that we can pull like the exhaust and stuff out of, sort of that indicates this is, not part of the main, engine block, but something added to it. And then this could be like that. So this we can copy and shuffle down, and then make it actually 16. And then do that again. And then shrink it by 1. Okay, so the cylinders, we got 6. If I bump them down 1 more, is that 2? Oh. They're all based on that one, so it's like they're all going to move then. So that means this one I could shrink 1 more. Okay. Now let's do gonna kind of break away a little bit. We want an exhaust on one side. Left side or right side? Somebody pick. Left side or right side? Because the fuel will go in the other side, and then the exhaust will come out the other side. So it's like the system, but it's like complex enough that I don't want to do it more than once. So we do this, clear. We do exhaust. Okay. And let's pull that up. Not that far. Jesus. Let's pull it back. kind of in the center there. 2 by 2. Is that enough? Let's go. Okay. Now, let's do. We're gonna get a little fancier with this one, but I want to finish all the ports first. Okay. And it's the fact that it's in there a little bit is fine. I might even want to do one more. And we're gonna go up one more, and you'll see why in a second. So exhaust 2. We're gonna bring it down 7. Okay. Now I'm gonna copy this whole tree before I do anything with it. This is gonna be fuel, and it's gonna be on the other side. Okay, let's go back to exhaust. We're gonna do another copy. No, just one of them. I don't want 6 bazillion of them. Exhaust main. Okay. We want to offset that back. There we go. Now, all of these are based on this. So what we want to do is we want to angle these. So exhaust 1 is going to be the whole thing. So we want to angle it off of the blue one, right? The blue axis is what we're angling from. So if we dial that back out, we can pull all those out one more. Like that. And then rotate it around blue like that. Okay, and then take this, bring it in like that. Now it looks like all those are connected together. Excellent. And then the exhaust Duvalaki thingy. Why did you do that? Let's pull that in. Pull it up. And then just like I don't know. Kind of a muffler on the end of this. And then hmm. Nothing too fancy, just it is what it is. Like, and I think these over here, rather than being fuel, I think they're quite obviously air, right? Because it takes air, but there's the way that they designed theirs. The air intake, there's not like a supercharger or anything on it. It's just pulls in air as needed. So, if we did the same sort of thing, go here. I'm going to pull these out one more. And then we're going to take this. This is going to be air instead of fuel. Air 2. Air. Air 3. Air 4. Air 5. Air 6. Okay. Then I'm going to copy that. Air main. And this will be it'll be a really simplistic texture. It's not going to be anything fancy. So that's why it's anytime you have a voxel that's bigger than 16, right? Bigger than one, essentially, voxel, one block, you want to use textures that are very generic. Okay, so then we want to take these. We want to bump these again along the blue, like that. Usually the monthly builds go out at the end of the month to public builds. Weekly builds, or in development builds go out. I try to put them out every week. You know, I'm not always perfect with that, just because sometimes there's not enough stuff in a build to actually constitute that. Okay, there we go. And then we take this. Why is this so much different than that one? Let's do this again. We're going to move the origin to here. Let's bump it up. Do that. You are welcome. There we go. Now we're matched up. So these are essentially, we got the exhaust and we have air supply. Okay, so we want air main 2. This is going to be a tiny voxel. We're going to bump it up 2. We're going to move it in to there. Now this is a basically air intake. Okay. I'm going to do even smaller voxel here. Okay. -1. No. Yeah, it's a fuel generator. It's a liquid fuel generator. -1. -0.25. 0.5. 1.75. Yeah. There we go. There we go. And then not position size. I want to take this, copy it, put it up here. Like that. Okay. So far, so good. Coming along. Except for textures, of course. Now, other little bits and bobs that we could add to this, I don't really know. Engine blocks, I mean, yeah, we could do a lot of little details, but my triangle count is probably still, or probably already pretty high. 816. And this is one of those, unlike like the distillation tower or the drill derrick or the pump jack, you know, you could have a lot of these. Quite a few of these, you know, at least 6, you know, if not more. I just realized that we are going to get some Z fighting on this, so I might want to bump this up. So we're going to dial it position 16, 17.1. And it's going to be 37.2. That'll eliminate that Z fighting. 17.1. 37.2. There we go. Now, let's see. There's not really any good view of the business end of this thing. Right? We have essentially the shaft, which would come out maybe right around here. There's not really any good view of the alternator on the back of this. So I don't know. Power IO. Let's bring this down. Like way down. No, it's going to be electrical generators. I'm not gonna do a mechanical. You really have no need for mechanical at this point. Trust me, you don't. You're going to have more than enough power to run all of the LV machines without a problem.
Yeah, it would cause issues having it go to mechanical.
Like mechanical power is great and all, but we haven't relied on massive mechanical generators for over 100 years. It's like even our trains, right? They're diesel electric. It's a giant diesel engine, right? A train engine is a giant diesel engine that runs an alternator. And the alternator is the thing that powers the train. It's not a mechanical thing at all. So it's like, yeah, we haven't really relied on mechanical like shafts and gears and stuff like that in a very, very long time. So I'm just not going to focus on that. Okay, so a giant block here. Not really. I don't really know how to design this thing. Hmm. I mean, I want to put a shaft in here, just as a thing to do. Let's just alternator. And let's copy that and just do shaft. And then we're going to shrink this down. Can I please use a mouse wheel without it going all discombobulated here? It's really hard to gauge what the middle is. That's not quite, because it's your origin is based off the parent, not the root. So I'll have to move this to the root and see where the position is. Let's see, that is, nope, that's down 16. That's the top. That's the top of this. So that's at 10. So this needs to be 18. And this is at 1. Wait, is that not? That's not centered. Ha ha ha. Okay. Well, I caught that in time, I think. That needs to be back 1. There we go. Okay. And then that needs to go in 8. That still does not look like the center. That's not the center of that block. Well, somebody decided to wake up from the bed. For whatever reason. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it's like, why am I having so many problems trying to find the center of this? I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but whatever. We want to dial this back. Now, I know the axles in the game are not shaped like this, but they're like a little plus sign, I think. And I'm pretty sure the actual rotating crankshaft bit would be further down in here, but you never know. Yeah, it would definitely be down. It's near the bottom of the thing. So we could basically like simulate that, putting this near the bottom. Um, like that. And just kind of, hey, this is also a transmission, right? This is a bunch of gears and whatever in here is actually running the thing. Or we could move this down like that ish. Yeah, having a really complex design in here would be visually pleasing, obviously, but very, very complex. Especially if we don't have it animate, that'll help. But anytime you trigger an animation with one of these, the block gets swapped, right? The actual block gets swapped. The 3D object, that you see in the world gets swapped essentially for an entity. So it's a static, it's a nice shape, very, very smooth to render. But if you animate it, the game has to swap the whole thing over to something else to animate it, and then when it's done animating, it swaps it back. This is why you see blocks, especially machines that I do that animate. This is why they look different, right? Sometimes you get a little flash of when it changes, and then the actual shading, the lighting on the shape is different when it's animating than when it's static, because it's a different thing. I think it's an entity. It changes it to an entity. I would love to design a little like cool looking stator thing in here, but I really don't know if people are going to care that much. I really don't. Like, are they going to care? I want to say like, hey, maybe they would, but so we're going to let's go alternator. Let's see, that's shaft. That's fine. And then exhaust, air.
Did you catch that last message?
Can you share some ideas you got for MB machines? So MB machines. Are you talking other than the ones that are already done? The distillation tower, the pump jack, the drill derrick. Those are the main ones right now. Is why it exists and why this block exists in the first place. We have liquid fuels to use now. One other machine is going to be the temporal crafter. The temporal, I don't know. I'm open to names. I'm open to names, but it's the machine that's going to be able to craft temporal steel, right? So you'll feed it a bunch of steel, and then wait for a temporal storm. And then during a temporal storm, the crafter will be active. It's going to be a monumentally expensive power hog crafting machine, right? It's not going to be cheap to run by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to be very, very, very power hungry. But it's going to allow you to craft temporal steel. And maybe other things. Maybe you'll be able to infuse gears to make temporal gears, right? There's myriad of things that we could do with it, right? You craft iron gears or even steel gears, and you can make temporal gears, right? You can actually craft temporal gears. And so you'll be able to build this temporal crafter, and then that'll get you temporal steel. And temporal steel will then unlock a whole bunch of like crazy cheaty things, sort of like the Ender storage mod, right? You'll have a temporally bound tanks and chests that are going to be linked depending on the frequency, right? Whatever subatomic frequency. Insert science fiction, nomenclature. Just insert whatever you want. Think about it however you want. But basically, it is two tanks that are the same frequency are essentially the same inventory. And I'm going to have to introduce an entire mod system for that, right? It's going to be a mod system where the inventory of a thing is not really stored with the thing. The inventory is actually stored with the mod system. And so it's a center point to, hey, the frequency of this tank is blah, blah, blah. I need to look at what the mod system has as the inventory for that, right? It's sort of a go-between, in between, like. Anyway, that's the technical side of things. That's how I'm going to solve that. But in the end, it's going to be temporal steel is going to be usable in more advanced machines or what. Like, it's also going to be open to modders. Like, hey, you want to craft with temporal steel? You want to integrate some ideas? Go for it, right? Temporal steel is there and it's craftable now. So that's one big machine for the MV tier. Other machines, a giant mixer, MV mixer, I tentatively called a refinery. I don't really like that because people equate refinery to oil, and it's not. We already have all the oil stuff, right? So we have, essentially, it's going to be I don't know what you'd call it, a reactor vat or just something that allows you to craft. What, Lap Goblin? What is it? Huh? Woke me up like 4 times last night. So, like, yeah. Basically, machines, pretty hungry machines that we then are able to utilize going into the next tier, which is HV tier. So, what do we need to craft to build the crazy high-level stuff for the last tier, right? HV tier that's where you get the crazy nuclear reactors. I kind of want to go on the mechanism side and do like an SPS and just insane, antimatter and stuff. But obviously that doesn't really fit the vintage. It's not really vintage doing any of that, but yeah, it's a progression. You build small, and you kind of model the 1930s, and then you model the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then you model, with HV, you model the top tier, like crazy modern stuff, even futuristic stuff. But like the temporal crafter, we could craft other components that would allow us to craft our own translocators, our own teleporters, right? So that would open up teleporters that you could power and be able to place in the world. And again, those would be based on like a frequency. Like you would bind them together. There's a whole lot of, like, you could just go wild with ideas. Ideas are easy. Ideas are the easy part. Let me tell you, the ideas they come thick and fast when you start thinking about like what to do. It's implementing all that stuff that's hard. Oh, the lap goblin. You just have to come in here and be purring like crazy and be adorable. Okay, so we want to alternator. I'm going to do one of these. Alternator bracket. Okay, we want to shrink this down. Shrink. There it is. Shrink that down. Move it up. Yeah, I hear the purrs. The purrs are adorable. But you always do this. She's like, I'm adorable. Deal with it. No, you wouldn't like coffee. Trust me. I would not want to see my cat on coffee. That would be terrifying. Okay, and let's shrink. Let's pop this down one. Okay. Okay. And then okay. Now we want some sort of thing. Uh, God, I do that all the time. Wrong button. This is the one I wanted. Oh, God. 10 pounds added weight to my lap is not. Okay. Um, Now, the fuel technically would not go down here. Connecting alternator in a creative world. I mean, the alternator from my mod, you place it down, you put a shaft on it, and you're good to go. You just got to power it. I mean, you can select the power, but it's the the alternator is built, I think, around just a standard. I don't know. I don't remember. I only did a part of the alternator. I didn't do all of it. Um, Come on, let's figure this shit out. We'll go up, shrink it down. There we go. Remember, the alternator generates the power from mechanical, so it does make a difference on how fast, up to a point. Um, when I did my research on alternators, I learned that they are alternators are built around a target energy amount. So, like, let's say they're built around, 20 horsepower. Throw a number out there. 20 horsepower. So they're the architecture of the alternator is built around that, and they cannot physically really do any more than that, no matter how much current you give them. They're all built around a certain target. So that's how I essentially modeled. Do 5 and then 5. Okay, and then copy. Um, okay. All right, the main part of this is done. The only other yeah, okay. So let's grab this and my instincts tell me not to animate this thing. We'll put the shaft in there just in case, but animating this again, the whole shape will blink in and out as the thing animates, and I really don't want it to do that. Like really, really don't want it to do that. So, but you know, the thing that spins the radiator fan, whatever, we'll just assume that there's a belt system. Like you could spend hours and hours and like modeling this to be super detailed, and all that would do is just people would be like, oh, that's cool, and then move on. Right? It's been my experience that you can make stuff look awesome, and it's makes for really good screenshots, but not much else. Okay, so we have this. Now, the last thing is the lip that goes around here. So we're gonna copy this, make another group, radiator border. Okay. Voxel size is going to be 1. We're going to bump it out. This is going to be 1. Like that. Now, this texture, we don't really need to be super fancy. Just don't know how to hook it up to a cable. All of my LV machines, the little gold knob, there's a little gold voxel on all of the LV machines. And when you're holding wire in your hand, LV wire, when you're holding it in your hand, it makes that selectable. And then you right click that. And that's how you wire it up. All of my LV machines are like that. They're all basically that that design. Okay, and then we want that. More or less even, but not quite. I go down one. Down one. A little bit better. Not perfect, but doesn't have to be. Okay. I think that is the final look of the thing. Now for the textures. Oh Lord, the textures. I'm gonna remove. Well, let's use this first of all. Um, 34, 33, 32. Okay. Remember, this needs to be on the top of that block. So if we go 16, okay, yeah, that's definitely Z fighting. So that is the very top of that block. Good. That has this is it's literally the only thing in this whole structure other than these outside ones, because these are the fuel inputs, which are fine. These are fine. They work great. So we can remove now the ref. Okay, textures. Oh, this is going to be fun. Ooh wee, this is going to be so many textures. Now, can we go to programming, vintage engineering, design, textures, entity, block, multi-blocks. There's the generator. So yeah, this is a giant UV unwrap texture, right? But we're not using this sort of texturing stuff, right? We want to use texturing methodologies that use the game's 32 by 32 pixel textures. That way we can reuse the textures just like we've done this whole time. So I've got a bunch of separate textures here, which we can use to sort of cobble together some things. Oh, you know what I forgot? Damn it. I forgot the little fence. The little fence on the outside here, you know, to protect your fingers. Yeah, I'm gonna not worry about that right now. I've been having some bad luck with transparent textures. So we have some pipe things here, but not. Where did those textures come from? Right here. These are the textures that make up these pipes. And I believe this is the radiator. Okay. So, what are we going to do? Are there any radiator? But that's definitely not what we want. Not really sure how much I can cobble together here. Already got most of these. Okay, so if we grab diesel generator. Now, remember, all of our textures. Oh, Jesus. M. What? I'm hitting M. There it is. So our textures are 32 by 32 pixels. Like that. So can we grab a useful texture in here? We look at our 3D shape, right? This is the face of that texture. Something more or less tileable would be perfect. Now, the problem is I don't need these horizontal braces. I've modeled these. I don't need these. Right? So rather than do that, what I could do is grab this, shuffle that over one maybe. Really, Photoshop? Jesus. Yeah, let's maybe. I don't know. Do these match up? Those don't really match up very good. If I go back one, that might be better. So let's merge those, and then let's bring those down. Bring those down. Yeah, you can see kind of what the issue is here. We've got banding, but if we merge these down, and then maybe one angle 90, 2, 3, 4. You can see that I'm just kind of stretching that gradient out so it's less banding and more just subtle variation. Okay. Crop. That's what I want. And let's see. Save as. Luce, you were just in my goddamn lap. What are you doing over here again? Go do something. Okay, and then we go vintage, mod, assets, vintage, textures, block, multi-blocks. Radiator. Okay. Then we go to that folder, Radiator. And then we can come in here and say face, north, image, import, Radiator. And then let's do delete unused textures. That'll get rid of that stupid reference one. And we want to copy. Go to this north, paste. North, paste. North, paste. That's actually not too bad. Could have been way worse. Now there is obviously the same texture on the back end here as the front. So I think we need to do another one of these bevel lips around the back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to do that. And then so we can take this, copy it, and just offset it back like this. And then the shaft, well, this we can, I don't know, what do we do with this? Go up one. Okay, and then face, south, paste, south, paste, south, paste, paste. There we go. The cap. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So now, let's close this. Well, should we save it? Just in case, just on the off chance. I have been saving my design docs. Radiator. Close. Okay. These down here. That there. No. Come on now. Don't. What are some other cool little bits that we could pull out of here? How much space do we have? We do not have much space. So, that, don't really have that ready to go. Oh my. Copy. Paste. Why is that not? What is wrong with this thing? Copy. Paste. Why is that not copying? Are you like just having a malfunction, Photoshop? Edit. Copy. Edit. Paste. Hey, look at that. It actually pasted this time. That's so freaking weird when that happens. Can I please get a handle? There we go. Thank you. So we have that. We have enough for a tiny little nugget more. Like, not much, but... Yeah, look at all this wasted texture space on here. All to make this look fun, like fancy. It's like what a waste. Hmm. No, I wanted this. There you go. 10 by 10. How is that not centered? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Is this like not centered? There we go. Thanks for putting it in a random spot. Yeah, this is too big. Um, hoses. File, save as. You know what? I'm going to just do save for web and see if this is not JPEG. No, thank you. Does this add any? I don't think it adds anything. No. Really? Programming. Vintage. Vintage engineering. Mod. Assets. Vintage. Textures. Block. Multi-block. Hoses. Okay. So now we go down to this. Okay. Too bright. Base. Up. Image. Import. Hoses. Apply. And then you just have to match very hard to see like what orientation is right on this. Maybe if we did this one, up, image, hoses, apply. like that. Now we have a reference. We can do that. But then this, we need to dial this back. Because this angle here, we need over here because this is angling in, which changes this one now. You can never tell. Yeah, I think we need this one down here. Maybe. Why is that 0.5? I don't know how those get to be 0.5, but okay. Not perfect, but I don't care. And then this up. Actually kind of perfect right there. Now the trick is to match to match this thing. This, I need to dial this back. Yeah, that was again, I don't know how the 0.5 comes into play, but it's annoying. So we're going to copy and go east, paste, west, paste. Yeah, west is going to be like that. No. Why? There we go. Oh, god damn it. Is it 0.5 again? It is. God damn. 16. There we go. Okay. You can see why it takes so long to get these things done in this game. Copy. South. Paste. North. Paste. Come on. Very hard to navigate too sometimes. And then this. South. Paste. Like that. It's fine. And this one. East. Paste. And then north. And that is how we do that. Up, 4, 4, 4. Oh, yeah, there's one more in there. This, south, paste. Okay. That kind of looks like a hose of some kind. I just got to do that all over again over here. Up, paste, west, paste, north, paste, south, paste. So up needs to be up, paste, rotate. Maybe twice, or rotate like this. West, paste, east, paste, south, paste. Let's make sure that we got to rematch this side. This would be the east. Like that. Just to make sure that it's not. Okay. Good to go. And then this one, up, paste. Oh, right. This one we need up to be here. And here. I think. Yeah. That's going off on the wrong direction. Oh, man. That's not good. We can't flip it around either. Right? Because that's now over here. We need that to be over here, but facing the other way, which is, I don't think there's any way of literally rotating. Yeah, there's no way to like rotate the actual image. So what we probably will need to do instead is take the cube itself Three less. Take this cube. Do 3 like that. Right? The actual structure of the thing is different. And then just offset this like that. No, we have to do something like that. Not perfect. Then if we do this, it's a little bit better. Not by much. We could try to do this one. Nope. Not really sure how to compress that texture. We maybe offset it and do that. Matches up a little bit better. And then we need south, paste, and north, paste. A little wonky. And I could actually do a voxel clamp over that and just texture it like that. That would have been, that would have been the good way of solving that little problem, but it's a little hose. I'm not worried about it. So these textures, I think I already have a texture. So we can let's do the north face, image, import. I'm pretty sure, yeah, there it is. So we apply that and we just offset this down some appropriate amount. Eight, 16, 16. And again, I wish that I could control copy this and actually save the UV coordinates, because now when I go east, paste, it's going to be completely off. 8, 16, 16. And north, paste. No. Why? Where did the 0.5s come from? 8, 16, 16. 8, 16. There it is. North, paste, 8, 16, 16. And then west, paste, 8, 16, 16. Okay, and then the back, south, paste. And then east. And that is how you get textures that blend together, but not actually take any more texture space than absolutely necessary. Okay. So some of the more generic stuff in here, like these, let's go up. Image, we're going to do light gray. And then copy, and we want to go east, paste, west, paste, north, paste. And then this one we're going to do up, paste, 16, south, paste, 16. Although that is, that's blending. Okay, maybe not. North, image, dark, apply. Copy, paste, 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 north, paste. Because this technically stretches that texture out, but it's only one color. There's only one color in that texture, so stretching it out doesn't make a difference. It's just a really easy way of being able to not have to deal with a bunch of other voxels. East, paste. There we go. Let's do this one. North, I do need that. East, I know I need that. And west. Don't need south, I need up. And then this one. North, I need. Up, I need. South, I need. There we go. And this one. North, I need. East, I do need. South, I need. West, I need. I don't need up. And I don't need down. And then this one. North. East, I don't. South. West. Up. Up and down. I don't texture the faces that are not used because then I go through afterwards and I do a pass and I disable all of the faces that don't have one, right? I click it and I just disable. I click enable. So disables the face. That way the engine doesn't try rendering it and it cleans it up. It's like the last step that I do. So, okay, now, what we need here let's do it's starting to come together. I hope everybody's having fun, and maybe not fun, but hope everybody's like learning something. So this thing here, I'm not sure what to do with that, but we'll get to that in a second. This I know the up image is going to be the MV power connector texture apply. Can I just get a clean 16 by 16 in there, please? Thank you. Yeah. Just to indicate, hey, that's, where this goes. Now, the sides image, I don't know, can be maybe this dark. North, east, west. Okay. Now, these image, we do light gray, copy, north, paste, up, paste, down, paste. East, paste, west, paste, up, paste, south, paste, north, paste. And that's pretty good. Yeah, east and west are not needed because they're hidden. Paste, east, paste, paste, west. Paste up and down aren't needed because it's hidden. I'll deal with that in a second. Again, with this, north, paste, east, paste, south, paste, west, paste, up, paste, down, paste. Is there a hotkey to do a paste? North. Is there a hotkey? I don't even know what the hotkeys are. Hmm. This is the only bad part about adding crazy amounts of detail to a model is just like, okay, it's fun and exciting adding detail, but then you get to this stage and it's like, holy crap, this is a lot of stuff to texture. Ah, and lastly, north, paste, up, paste, down. Okay. And I'm going to try to contrast that with what the actual engine block will look like. I'm hoping. Now this has a gradient on it. Not necessarily a gradient, but like a, yeah, I'm not seeing this texture pack as having that. They must have eliminated that. But so what I'm looking at is this little thing right here. But realistically, the opposite would be true. The area right around the outlet for the exhaust would be like black, right? You have the exhaust coming out. It would over time it would blacken the area right around the nozzle, right? So if we go on the up and we go image here, and then this was actually this. Okay. That's why I included that in that texture, just for that thing right there. Now, again, the top, I don't know, do I have a... Let's go look at south image. Import. Do I have... Do I have something that could be used? Don't think so. But we could cheese it a little bit, right? Kind of simulates, hey, there's there's some like dirtiness on the top. Okay, and then let's copy, paste, paste, paste. Okay, and then this is going to be 5.5. Can we do like non-0.5s, please? 6, 7, 8, 16. Hey, that should be easy to remember. 6, 7, 8, 16. How does that look? And then I think I flip it around, don't I? Really? There we go. 6, 7, 8, 16. So let's do west. 6, 7, 16. east. 6, 7. All right. A little bit of a texture there. Not bad. And then this, let's see. This is just like generic iron thingy. Image. Import. What was that? I gotta check out what that was. That was a crash. Plus, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. I swear the cat was just chilling on the chair, so it wasn't her. Must have been one of my neighbors. Like my upstairs neighbor, I kid you not, is like they're constantly doing like crazy shit up there that causes my whole apartment to shake. It's like they're moving heavy furniture every day. It's weird. I mean, it's like I'll be quietly like working on something or watching something at 3 a.m, and I'll just hear a bang crash from upstairs, and it's like, what in God's like, what are they doing? Okay, now we need tank glass, no. Mesh, no. Let's see. Some of this stuff is really old. I think we're going to do a cheeky little something like this. 8/1/16/15. Copy. North. Paste. Paste. 8/1/16/15. 8/1/16/15. 8, 1, 16, 15. Yeah. Like whoever developed this got really close to it being phenomenal and then just stopped. We're going to make it right almost perfect, right? When you tab, if I edit this and I hit tab, it should automatically highlight that number. Right? When you hit tab, it should automatically highlight because then I could just enter tab, enter tab, enter tab, enter tab, and it would just finish it. But no, it's not highlighting. It's going to the right box, but it's not highlighting it, which means I have to go in and take my hand off the keyboard, and it's just frustrating. Okay, and then the top image. I actually want these end caps, I think. Yeah. There it is. Apply. Okay. 4, 4, 12, 12. Copy, down, paste. 4, 4, 12, 12. There we go. And then this up, paste. 4, 4, 12, 12. And then the bottom, same thing. Well, no, the bottom, however, doesn't matter. It's the bottom of this one that I need. 4, 4. The size will just be a solid color. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. Same with the bottom. So if we go back to this one and go north, image, apply, copy, east, paste, south, paste, west, paste, down, paste. Oh, come on. Paste. Up, paste. Okay. And then the actual thing in here, image, import. I know. I have a mesh in here. Apply. Let's turn the down and the up off so I don't get that Z fighting in there. 816. So copy, north, paste, east, paste, west, paste. And then go 8, 16. Not sure why those are 8, 16. Really? There we go. Now, realistically, there'd be an air filter in there. You'd have a bunch of gubbins and stuff to make sure insects didn't fly into it. But there are no insects. There's bees. You could put bees in there. So I think what we might need here. Let's go back to the cubes.
We might need little voxel Duvalakis on the corners just to make that just to make it look good. And this will be a very, very, very tiny was that 8? 6, 7, 6.5, 0.25. And we're going to bump it out negative 0.125. And negative 0.125. Now, let's see what that looks like. We want that to be a little bit brighter. Face up, clear, enable, down, clear. North, image. I mean, I think it's already light gray. Should we make it the dark? Yeah, we might want to make it the dark. Copy, paste, paste. Just so it stands out a little bit. Filter vert 1. Okay. So now, with that, we can replicate that. Let's see. I don't know if that's perfectly centered. Really hard to see. One thing would be nice if you could change the origin at which you are, what your view origin is. I don't know how to put it, but so let's take that one. We're going to copy it again. This time we're going to go down. And then this one. Like that. There. That makes it a little bit more sturdy, I guess. Words. Okay. This face. This is the east. Image. Import. Fluid metal in. We could use this one. Apply. Copy. West. Paste. Okay, and then let's go south because that's the one I'm looking at. Image, import, fluid side none. Apply. Somewhere in the middle. You could even be so bold as to try to match it, although they're going the opposite direction. It's always nice to see. The little shading, right? The bands going across, they're the opposite on these. I don't know. Is there a way? Yeah, there's no way to change that. I mean, we could put this on the bottom, but that doesn't match any of the other machines. So I guess it's you're just gonna have to deal with the shenanigans here. Not much else I can do about that. Okay. And then copy that and go to the north side, paste. And then west, paste. Down and up we'll deal with in a second. This, east, paste, north, paste. Move it in, south, paste, move it in. And then this, down, copy, down, paste, down, paste. Copy. I did it again. Up, paste, up, paste. Okay, now these little boxes here, not a whole lot of detail. Let's go south. Oh my God. Save it. South image. Apply. Copy north. Paste. 4 4 12 12. 4 4 12 12. Okay. Might as well do that on this side while I've got them copied. Paste. Paste. 4 4 12 4 4 12 12. Okay, and then we want up image. What would be a good thing for this? Basically what we're working on is this little tank right here. And another look at it here. So not really anything spectacular or special. It is just a thing. We could do maybe this. Apply. And then That looks like crap. Now, we copy and go west, paste. I mean, it doesn't look horrible. I mean, I'm sure there's an artist out there cringing. um, What's funny is no matter how I rotate it, the banding doesn't actually rotate. Right? You can see the banding right here, very subtle. And if I rotate it like that, it's the same. It's the same banding. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, here, up, paste. East, paste. Okay. So now we get to the base here. Down is going to be disabled. Up is going to be disabled. Okay, this is most definitely got to be a single color. So let's do image dark gray. Copy north, paste east, paste west, paste. And I could shrink this a little bit to make it feel like the engine is bigger than the support, but you know, an engine block like this would weigh, it would weigh a little bit, so you'd want it to support it. So it's a very, very hard to see what texture is on the things, but I think it's like right here. I think this is the texture for the cylinders. Right? This is this is like the side view of the cylinders. Now, I don't know why there would be plates where the cylinders are, because the whole thing would be sitting, right? The cylinders would be going up and down. There's no reason needing to access the side. It would, in fact, not be wise to do that. The tops of the cylinder, I think, are here. I think these are the tops. This one here. But this and this are like pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same thing. So the problem is what texture, because we did break this up into multiple voxels, right? So we have ability to, throw a texture in here. But what texture do we use? That's the problem. We could do sheet metal. I don't know what does the side of an engine look like. And is anybody even watching? No, we actually have some people watching. Excellent. I have so many tabs open. I'm not even watching the stream dashboard. It's just like I got all the things open here. So the side of the engine. Let's see. Make it out of wood. It's a wood, treated wood. Like steel sheet metal. Let's just poke at that and see. Let's see how that looks. It might look like crap, but image, import, steel sheet metal, apply. Yeah, the sort of the ribbed look is just not. It's not conducive to an engine. I'm just going to do a random search. Engine block. Images. So here's stop Windows. Jesus. I hate Windows 11. This is an inline 6. So like lots of detail on the side, but that's mainly for casting for ensuring that you're not wasting material, right? You're casting. That's a V. It's a V8. Damn. So like a giant inline 6, you're so there's a lot of little gubbins on the side, but nothing like easily translatable to a texture, in other words. Let's do LV. Let's see what we have in here. Stone, no. Deco, no. I mean, we could like just have a texture, sort of like the cast iron, and just put varying degrees of detail in there. I don't know. I'm honest to God, not a super talented artist, as you probably have guessed by now.
I'm heartbroken that you're not a talented artist.
I mean, I can cobble stuff together. I'm good at cobbling. I can cobble like crazy, but we're going to go heavy engineering block. Copy.
Buggy the cobbler.
Paste. West. East. East. West. Paste. Doesn't really tile well, but paste. Paste. South. Imagine there's going to be heavy engineering blocks in the recipe for this. Guaranteed. Now this bottom middle one, the one that's highlighted here, that is going to be the core. It's funny when you model this thing like separately like this, all of the blocks that you place to build it are all in weird places, but it all comes together at the end. It's nice. So we can do up, paste, up, paste, up, paste. It's not really a lot of detail, but it's just enough. Okay, now did I do the same? Okay, I did the same up here. This really hard to see a shot of that. See it right in here. So more than likely the cast iron image port. So if we go back one, cast iron, apply. Okay, so it's a good question. I'm not discounting the question. I've answered it several times over several different streams over the last bit. But I'll answer it again because it's a legitimate question. Okay, number one, the base game multi-block system is limited in how big they can be. 5 by 5 by 5. That's the max size you can get. So if you want a multi-block that's bigger, say almost all of them that I have, like the drill derrick, distillation tower, all these other multi-blocks that I have, if you want ones that are bigger, then you have to roll your own, which is why I did. So that's one element. They're limited in size. Element two, the blocks that you place to make the multi-block in the base game, those don't change. There's no swap of the model for the base game multi-block system. You build a multi-block, and the multi-block system validates it, right? So when you build like the cementation furnace or the beehive kiln, right? You build it out of the blocks, and then the thing that actually validates that the multi-block is legitimate, it just validates it. There's no swapping of anything. It's just, hey, this is a valid one. You're good to go. So you don't swap anything. It's just the blocks you place are the blocks. So you can't get detail like this. It's not possible for the base game. Okay. So the other caveat to that you mentioned, building the boat. Building the boat is an entity. Okay? The boat process is an entity. And it's a very, very dear. I even asked Tyrone about it when it came out. I was like, hey, I noticed you're able to build, because the entity of the boat has collision boxes that are bigger than a block. So I thought, because I had talked to him like 4 years ago when I started this project. I had asked him, hey, is it possible to have a collision box or a selection box bigger than a single block? Okay. No, it was no bueno, right? You could not do it. The engine just didn't support it, which is why I subdivide everything. Okay. So when I saw the boat, I was like, hey, he might have fixed that. So I reached out and I was like, hey, I noticed the boat is buildable. Did you fix the collision box limitation for a single block? He's like, no. It's the boat is an entity, and it's treated with a completely different set of things. Now, you could technically make all of these multi-blocks entities, right? You know, they're not boats, but you could make them entities. But then you run the risk of because like a good example is like the Scarecrow or my Night Watcher. Okay, that's an entity. That's not that's not a block. The Night Watcher or the Scarecrow, or the training dummy or whatever you want to call it, that's an entity that you place down, right? When you place that, what it actually does is spawn the entity in that position. That's how that works. So you could sort of technically do that, but the entity system, like having a base filled with entities that are machines, when you're like the entity subsystem it's rendered differently, right? It's on a different system than blocks and block optimizations and rendering. So this is the difference between sitting in a world looking around you at the literal millions of blocks that are around you, right? Just load your game, look around you. Trees, bushes, the terrain, you have millions of blocks around you, and you're able to render that smooth and crisp, right? Then add in 50 pigs or sheep into that frame, and your performance is going to go way down because those are entities, right? Those are entities that are on a different system. They're treated differently when you render them. It's the optimizations are a lot less for entities because they're not included in the block tessellation engine that is optimized to render crazy amounts of voxels really fast. So by using entities, you get away from that, and you run very serious risk of just destroying the performance of the game, which I didn't want to do. So yeah, it's one of those like things that you just have to watch. You have to be careful on. So let's do copy. I hope that answered your question. West paste. Let's go to this one. East paste. West paste. Paste. West paste. South paste. And then this one, image. Come on. copy, and then here we want to go on the up. Paste. Okay. Now I probably could do that to a certain extent here. Like that. God, if I stop fat fingering keys, that would be very, very handy. So west paste. It's gonna look like crap. $16. Wait. There we go. East paste. This is 8. What? Can I please stop with the halvesies? I don't want any halvesies. No halvesies. Paste. Two 14.8. Go. East. Let's do west first. Paste. And then 8. Go east. Paste. 8. South. Paste. 8. There. And then this one, north, paste. 8. There. Now it's all good. Subtly different texture. It's good to go. So these then, the up image, we're going to go here, apply. I think this was what, 4, 4, 12, 12? Yeah. So this, copy, paste. Paste. Now, sides of those have a everything but LV. Pretty much everything. Not everything, but 90% are going to be multi-blocks. That's why I spent so long building the multi-block system. I needed it to be very good. Okay, so there's so let's do, I think we'll do power IO bottom, but then we'll have to, let's go east, image. Well, we could do this one. Because this is kind of, it's hard to see, very hard to see, but it's very much like a little divot, right? You look at this, there's a little dark spot, so there's a simulating like a thicker border along the outside. Can we just get a, okay, 00165 north, paste, south, empty, west, paste, 00165. And then south, paste. Now what I should have done is done all of this texturing and then replicated that, because then the texturing would have been replicated. That would have been the smart thing to do, but yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Because I don't want to have to redo that over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. Cylinder cap. Copy. Cylinder cap 2. And then cube. Position. There we go. That made that way easier. Now again, if there's anybody out there who is good at texturing and modeling, doing all of that stuff, you can easily do your own thing and just submit a PR to the GitHub with like, hey, this is the new blah blah blah, right? And you just make sure that the texturing and all of that conforms to the mod standards, and you just submit it, and I'll review it, and if it passes the tests, then we're good to go. And you get credited on the mod. So it is what it is. So face, image, import. This is I think I have just a bland copper. I thought I had a bland copper texture in here. There it is. I could do copper. I could do this one. Ooh, that would be interesting. Let's do this one. Copy. East. Paste. North. Paste. West. Paste. Paste. East. Paste. A little bit more burly. This, I might have to break this. I might have to break this up. This being a single color, like a single texture, is probably not ideal. A big, flat, single texture would look like utter garbage. This, I don't even know what to do about this. Image. Import. Yeah, you could put a lot of detail into this thing if you wanted to. So you could do a lot of things with this. Now, if only there was consistency between the shades of gray, that would be glorious. Paste, paste, paste. I don't like that. Image. Oh, yeah. Okay. And then these. paste, east. Up and down. Need to be. I can't use this texture here because the actual version does, right? This texture is on the side, but I use that to indicate this is MV. This is the MV connector. That's what that indicates. Because I have a separate version for HV, right? So we have MV and we have HV, and I do even have an LV, but I don't really use it because there's no real like LV multi-blocks. It doesn't necessarily mean there can't be. It's just I don't have any. The creosote oven isn't powered like normally, so it's treated differently. Okay, so these things here, if we look at the east side, image, import, we could use, where is it? There. Something like that. That. A little bit of detail. So this is 9, 10. Can we do like 15? 14? No. 14. Nope. 15 as it is. So 9, 10, 15, 90 degrees. Okay. So if we do south, paste, 0, 9, 10. Oh, we have to actually copy the right one here. 0, 9, 10, 14. No, just 90, please. Thank you. Why is that off? 15. There it is. East. West. Paste. 90. 9. 15. It's another one of those examples of I should have made it, textured it, and then copied and pasted it. But I don't really know what textures I'm gonna make something until I get to this stage and start texturing stuff, because I don't really know what looks good. So up, disabled, down, disabled. So this one, north, paste, east, paste, south, paste, west, paste, up, disabled, down, disabled. 90, 9, 10, 15. 9, 10, 15. 9, 10, 15. 9, 10, 15. All right. Then we need to do these. Paste. Ooh. The LV mixture. If you look up a recipe and you see industrial mixes or industrial mixes into, that's the mixer. There's a recipe, there's a thing that tacks onto the handbook that's so like most things that you can make with a barrel, you can make with a mixer. Now it's not universal, but you know, the tannin portions that you use for leather making, you can make the tannin portions much faster, right, with a mixer. Stuff like that is I just kind of added. I sort of integrated barrel recipes with the mixer, with the added with its also its own recipe set. So the mixer can kind of do barrel recipes and it can do custom recipes, which may or may not require heating. So there's elements to that aren't very well spelled out. The handbook is one of those. The handbook is one of those issues that needs a lot of work. They still have not added a bunch of hooks for modders to add stuff to the handbook. I don't know if they plan on completely redoing the handbook at some point, and that's why the handbook is so janky. But the fact that the handbook is so janky is a point of contention because it's like this should not be this janky. It really shouldn't, but it is. So what can you do? Okay. Now, so this could either be one solid color or I could break it up. I think instinct tells me I should break it up. Because it's just ugly. It's ugly the way it is. So I really don't want to copy all of this stuff in here. So we're just going to do a new cube. And we're going to make it 16 by what, 4? 16. And we're going to position it in like that. And then we can copy that one and move it in like that. Face clear. Face clear. There. Same look. It's just now it's 3 different voxels that we can then change. Power brace 2. Power brace 3. Okay. So, this, what would be a good, this is like, it doesn't, it's not, well, it is, I mean, it is technically supporting the alternator here. Ooh, we still haven't done the shaft. Giggity. This will be probably that. Copy. We want north is going to be disabled. South is going to be disabled. West, paste 16. Up, paste 16. Down, paste 16. Okay, so these things, I think, I don't even know like what a good design for this would be. Yeah, in this version, it's just riveted metal is all it looks like. No, I didn't want the up version of that. Let's go south. Paste. Basically that. This we're going to clear for now. So, copy, paste. Why is that off? 13, 16, 3, 16, 8. 8. There we go. Oh my god. 3, 3, 16, 8. Now, I think I should actually that highlight on the top should be on the very, very top. Like that. Fortunately, 3.5, 16, 8 would be the better. I don't like that that's not centered. See what I mean by being like having the ability to copy, right? A shortcut that either Alt or Shift or Control or something copy that actually copies the UVs as well. Not just the texture, but what UVs I'm not sure, like. Okay. Now this east I can disable. What in the world would the top of this look like? I know what I see on this thing. There are 3 nodes that you can connect the power to. Well, we don't need 3 nodes to connect power. 1 node is more than sufficient. So the up face here. Ideally, I would stretch these out. Right? Stretch them out so it kind of ends right here. So it looks like it's one cohesive circle, but it would stretch out the rivets. I could use the version that doesn't have any rivets. I could create a whole set. Like, even if you're an artist, creating a tile set, right? 32 by 32 pixel tiles, right? We have 32 by 32 pixel tiles of all the different kind of combinations that you might need for a certain design, right? So like having 32 by 32 tiles of this or something similar with or without rivets, because I could add little voxels for the rivets if I really wanted to. But have one that's like blank, have one that has one edge with no corner, have one that has a corner, have one that has 3, right? You see what I'm talking about? Like a tile set that's all the different combinations, but they all tile together and they all work together. And then you can come in here and you can just boom, 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 boom. You just select them all. And then you could reuse them over and over and over again for all the different machines. Rather than stretching the texture is not really, it's really ugly. So I try not to stretch textures too much. But something like that would go well with like the heavy engineering, because then if I had a tile set for heavy engineering blocks, I could just plop 3 different textures in here, one with the border on the one side, and then do another one where it's flipped. I could just flip it 180 degrees, right? And then the middle one would just have borders on like top and bottom or whatever, and I can just plug that in there and have them all work. together, you know. And that way I could have a sort of design that keeps with the theme of not going too crazy on the text, like the detail, but gives me enough. It would be handy. It would be very, very handy. But I mean, it's good enough for, you know, what we're using it for, I think. So let's go here. We're going to copy 441212. Up, paste. 441212. So like a little miniature version of that. Copy 00165. 00165. It's a little squished. All right. Now, up, image, east. Oh, let's do a copy. East. Oh. West. West. Paste. Up. East. Up. West. That's east. West. Down. East. West. I think. Let's see how ugly this looks. Up, paste. 16. It's like, it's hard to even see. North, paste at 16. Because it's so thin. It might not matter. I'm hoping it won't. North, paste, east, paste, west, paste. Okay, north. West. South, disable, up, disable, down. a little wonky there, a little bit, I'll admit, but I really don't have to create a large number of voxels for this. South, disable, up, paste, down, disable, up, north. East, disable, east, disable, west, disable, up, east. Okay. Oh. Okay. Last little bit here. Now I could copy this and paste it, paste another version of it. But again, all my faces are backwards, right? I've got the north faces here textured and the south faces disabled. But on this set, I would need the south faces textured and the north faces disabled. So it'd still be a metric ton of work. So north is disabled. East, I need to paste. South, I need to paste. West, I need to paste. Up, I can disable. And down, I can disable. Plus, this is the last one I need to do. Last set. North, disable. East, paste. South, paste. West, paste. Up, disable, down. And again, having a hotkey on this would be also nice. There's a couple of little like quality of life things that I would love to see in here. And I've mentioned it several times, but since I saw that they're building a new model creator in fucking Unity, I don't know what to think about that. I have opinions on it. I just don't know. I don't really know what it's going to look like. The end of the day. Like, why use Unity? Well, what's Unity give you that? Okay, so maybe a better question is, why can't you use the game's rendering engine? Like, why can't you build from the main menu model creator, and you just open the model creator from the game, and it pops it open, and you can do all the things in the game, right, with the rendering of the game. Why not? There might be a technical reason for it, but I don't know what that is. It stands to reason. There is a reason why they're doing it the way they're doing it. I don't know what that is. No, I'm gonna need East to be enabled, since you can see it. I don't need down, though. Okay. Now I have just 3 faces on each one of these. North, east, and west can all be disabled. I did a test to see if disabling the faces and then doing a control shift paste to paste the texture on all the faces ignored the disabled faces, and it did not. And there we go. I wish there was a thing that I could do to, there we go, to like not select it. Now, if only I could put it like on like a green screen or something. I don't think there's a way to change the background color. Set backdrop. What does it want? It wants a JSON. What? What? Oh, I am very glad I saved it first. Yeah, I crashed. I'm pretty sure it crashed. Yep. I don't need to report the problem to Jesus. Stupid.
Yeah, it's not like Microsoft would do anything with it anyway.
Well, yeah, it's not like they would actually put effort in to fix something. Textures, no. Shapes, block, multi-block, machine. Where is it? Oh, I was looking for, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of gray, but you know, it is what it is. Not like we're branded like Caterpillar or something. Should I make these darker so they stand out? They don't really stand out. Yeah. I'm not sure. Making them darker would blend them into these. This is the fuel delivery. But if we go like this, really, 2 pixels. Oh shit! Yeah. See these little pixels? This pixel and this pixel and this pixel. That is an artifact problem because I didn't hide all the faces in here. Right? So face, we have north. I usually do this off camera, but if I want a screenshot of this thing, I'm going to have to disable all the untextured faces, at least in the base. This is why I wish there was a hotkey for 2 different features. Okay, anybody out there? 2 features. One, hotkey this right here. Right? Control E or Alt E or something that triggers this. Wink, like that. Like other idea, similar, is you know how there's a delete unused textures? We need to disable untextured faces. Very specifically, disable untextured faces and goes through the whole thing and just goes through if a face doesn't have a texture, if it's null, just disable it. That way I could model get all the textures where I want to go, what I want to do, and then in one fell swoop, disable all untextured faces in one command. And it would be absolutely glorious. All right, so in here, we have some more faces. These don't hurt much. But these, yeah, see how many there are. Now, of course, I could be disabling them as I texture them, but I'm a very one thing at a time kind of person. Tackle one problem at a time. That way I can be methodical about it. East and down. I think I did these already. But you want to not, for one, you don't want to texture faces you're never going to see. Okay, that's number one. And then you want to disable them. Because the game will try to render textures even if the face is completely hidden, right? So if I have a texture, let's say on the bottom of this voxel, right? This square right here, there's a texture on the bottom. If I'm below this thing and looking up at it, it's going to render that texture. And then it's going to render the texture in front of that texture. So you're spending effort rendering textures you never ever see. And then you want to eliminate all the null faces, right? That way there's no errors, right, in the log file or anything like that. There's, it's a clean log. A lot of modders don't do that step. So west and down, north and down, east, west, down. I did this one and this one already. Okay, this one I think. Oh no, I missed that. There we go. And I think I did all these as I textured them, so that's good to go. These I just did. These I did. These I don't think I did these up here. So let's do this. This is fully textured. This is fully textured. That's fully textured. That has got disabled faces. This. Then it's just all of these. Yeah, I really think I should change. They just blend so well into the structure. There we go. Pretty sure that's everything. Okay. Root. Can I? Okay. Show. How do I get rid of that? $824 triangles. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, I don't see a way to disable the highlight of the like the square, right? The voxel square. I don't see a way to disable the highlight of that. So it's just this. The screenshot is going to have to just deal with it. How about this side? This side's slightly more interesting. Let's do a layer mask. It's actually a pretty good. Not what I wanted. I didn't want one that was that big. Thank you very much. So it looks like it trimmed off. A little too much on this side. Definitely some on this side. Well, that is set back a little bit, isn't it? Just a little bit. And then this is trimmed to about there. And then this does stand out, so I realize go there to there. Yeah, that's pretty much perfect. So the background of this, we can have any old color. Gray would probably not do it, but oh my god, this one's highlighted in here. Okay. I'm gonna see if we can't edit that. Apply. We're gonna come in here. See if we can't fudge this a little bit. There. And then these, oh Lord. No, what? How? Please, fingers, hit the right key. For crying out loud. I don't know. I don't know if the keyboard I got like has just slightly different spacings on the keys. Just like enough difference to be like my brain just can't adapt or something. Oh my! I'm hitting something that's brightening. It's lightening up the whole. It's like a huge area. I don't know what key I'm hitting to do that, but it's annoying. Very, very subtle. But these ones really stand out. I wonder if there's a hotkey for just like holding control or holding alt. Oh, there we go. Oh, that. Oh my God, that what a difference that makes. There. Might not be perfect, but it's okay. It's a-okay. So we can remove that. And now I have something that I can do, put in thumbnails and things and stuff. Design docs. Fluid gen. And we can crop. Make that. And we could even go let's do gradient tool. Hmm. You do an angle. I don't like the angle. Save. Vintage engineering. Design docs. Fluid gen. There. Now we need one last thing. I need a icon for the core. So I thought for sure, let's see if I have the file still. Design docs, MB icons. Yep. Okay. So, I mean, a really simple idea, and people can, leave feedback. What is this? Pixels 4, about 2. Something simple. It doesn't need to be complex. Now, the other symbol I was thinking about including in this is a little bit harder to do. Let's see if I can maybe do a little bit of a cheesy Duvalaki here. Hit the right keys. Okay, and then I want to do. Let's see. I mean, it's supposed to be a drop of fluid. That's what it's supposed to be. I don't know. A combination of the two? What do people think? Give me some feedback. This is the MB fluid generator.
I think that looks pretty good.
Because you could one, or I really wouldn't do just the teardrop because it doesn't really signify, hey, this is power. So we got to have the lightning bolt. But I don't know, with or without the teardrop.
I would say with, but
Okay. Well, we can do it
it'd be
with.
nice to have other people's opinions.
If people don't chime in, that's on them.
Yep, fair enough.
So we're going to save mod, assets, vintage, textures, icons. No, it's not textures, icons. That's a different. Block. Multi-blocks. Derek. Fluid. Gen. Icon. All right. So this is the distillation base. This is the distillation extension, the drill derrick, pump jack, and now the generator, the fluid generator. Okay. Now that that's all done, we can plug everything in together and go to block types, multi-block, and just grab something here as a base. Copy and paste. VEMB fluid generator. VEMB fluid generator. Entity class, I doesn't really, yeah, this is the one thing. What I really should put in there is a generic entity class that's that doesn't actually do anything, that allows me to build the damn thing. But yeah, let's grab this, that. So one of the other things that I want to do with this is I want to be able, for the lubricant, like one of the things you're going to get out of the distillation process is lubricant. And the immersive petroleum mod with the lubricant makes it so you can basically place down the lubricating thingy, right? It's a little thing, like a tank, and then it actually adds detail to the block that you put it on. And it looks really cool, but the way that I'm going to do that is with I think I'm gonna have to do that with a behavior or something. Being able to take basically make it like a lubricatable behavior. Where the actual block that lubricate, like the tank basically that apply or supplies the lubricant to the machine, that tank has defined in it all the little detail that applies, so I don't have to have shape combinations. Otherwise, I have to do a whole bunch of work on tessellation and adding shapes, like adding this shape to that shape to that shape, and it's just like, if I just make the tank detect, hey, I'm lubricating the pump check, or I'm lubricating the generator, or I'm lubricating this, and then that would determine the actual tank, the lubricant of the tank would have a whole bunch of different variants, and the variants would be defining the different shapes of all the different pipes and stuff, right? So all of the specialized things for each machine would be in the definition of the tank, the lubricant tank, rather than the block. That way I don't have to do anything with this, or well, yeah, I don't want to really mess with the base shapes like the pump jack, because the pump jack already has a animation. It already has all of that stuff. And then I can basically introduce a interface for these blocks that's like lubricatable or something like that, right? Figure that out. Lubable. It's kind of funny, but yeah. So we have electric consumer. How much? Well, yeah, this is going to be a producer. Can extract power, true. Can receive power, false. Max power is going to be variable. I'm still not sure how to edit this. But this is max power. This will be 16,000. Power per second. This is why I was thinking I'm going to have to revisit my electrical network system. Like I did the pipes, I just refactored all the pipes. My electrical system with this power per second coded like this, all of the calculations are derived from this. And because it's an entity behavior, right? It's an add-on to the block entity. I did not include a way to edit dynamically the power per second rating of the machine. Now I can try to do it. To make it work. But because the amount of power that's generated by this multi-block is all determined based on the fuel that it's burning. The fuel it's burning derives the power. So the better the fuel, the more power it makes, independent from the burn time, right? It's not universal. Diesel is my baseline. Diesel power, that is where the 1,000 power per second baseline. And then the burn time, I did a bunch of research on the actual amount of energy contained in the individual units of fuel. So you have kerosene, diesel, heavy oil. So I did research on what amount of energy is contained within, I think it was 10 milliliters. Yeah, it was 10 milliliters is a portion, right? A portion of fuel, a portion of a fluid is 10 milliliters. Because there's 100 portions in a liter. So 10 milliliters of diesel. I'm gonna have to revisit those numbers because I'm realizing how little fluid that is. I might have gotten my numbers crisscrossed or something for my total amount of power out, right? How much energy in joules is contained. So a portion of diesel is 1,000 power per second and it burns for 46 seconds. That's 46 seconds is a long time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to revisit that and see if my numbers were off, because I have a feeling that my numbers are way off. But that's neither here nor there. That's a balance issue. So the baseline is diesel at 1,000 power per second. The crappier fuel, if you like burn, I think heavy oil, and definitely crude oil. If you try to burn crude, it's much less power per second. It's still more than an LV generator, but it's much less power per second. And you get much less total power out of it. You can burn crude, but it's a lot of pollution, which again is not being used right now, but somebody could introduce a system that does that, but the power rating is way low. So you're not going to get a lot of power out of the system. But then if you burn like LPG, you get a ton of power. Like your power rating of the generator itself, a single generator produces over twice the amount of power per second with LPG power. Now the burn time is not too fancy. The burn time is less, but you get twice the energy. So I built it around like power per second rating. If you want a burst of power, right, you can turn on or supply a bucket of fluid like LPG to a generator, like a backup generator, that would kick on and would be like, oh, here's 2,200 power per second. So my electrical subsystems, the power per second rating right now is not dynamic. So I'm going to have to allow at runtime something to be able to edit the power per second rating of a generator, right? And you could apply this to even the LV generator, right? Burning firewood versus black coal or charcoal or something like that, right? I would be able to then edit and say firewood in an LV generator, you're going to get 25 power per second, right? Charcoal, you're going to get your base like 100 power per second. And then if you include like coke or black coal, coke would be the higher one. Coke would be like the top tier. Not that you would ever want to use coke. It's a very finite resource, but I could then make the LV generator like detect what fuel it has and then be able to dynamically set. And I know people would lose their effing minds if I released a version of the mod that all their LV generators, being supplied with firewood, all of a sudden are producing a quarter of the amount of power they were before. But it's like the mod is not done, and it's the rebalancing is just a constant thing, and a lot of people just set up like generators, just a whole line of LV generators connected to a log splitter, and they never have to think about it again. And I'm like, when the LV generator was the only thing that you could generate power, that was an issue, right? It was always a design choice. Like, hey, the LV generator is pretty damn good at producing power right now because we didn't have really any other options. But once this thing is up online, right? Once this big generator is online, the LV generator is going to get a huge nerf, especially with really basic fuels, because the incentive is push onward, right? A single diesel generator or one of these fluid generators on diesel, it's 1,000 power per second, right? You'd be able to run a lot of LV machines on that, but you're going to need a pump jack. You're going to need diesel. You're going to need a distillation tower with at minimum, obviously you don't need a extension on there, but it's really inefficient if you don't have an extension. So yeah, you want to plan on, if you have a world that you're going to be playing for a while, definitely plan on finding oil, extracting oil, having a bunch of tanks of oil. Because yeah, the LV generators are definitely going to get a nerf. Okay, where was I? Now we want to do this and here. All right, I don't need there. Fluid capacity liters. I'm not going to... I'll leave that in for now. And I'm going to have... How much fuel should be in this? What's the average size fuel tank in an industrial generator in liters? $800 to $1,500 liters. Holy balls. Some have, or site-specific industrial operators use tanks with a capacity between 2,000 and 10,000 plus liters. Okay, well, we're not going to do 10,000 liters. That would be nuts. Like 800, I think is fine. 800 is a lot. Like, that's a huge amount of burn time. 12 to 24 hours runtime. Okay, so 25, 6 to 12 hours runtime, 800. Okay, so the 800 liters to 1,500 liters is supposed to do 6 to 12 plus hours runtime. So, well, with that, we would be able to calculate like how many liters per hour it's running. Interesting. So 24, well, that's a 33 to 60 kilovolt. Okay, so big beefy generators. $400 liter per hour consumption rate. 400 liters per hour. Wow. So I think the main issue for me, I think what I did, because when I thought of like the portion size and the burn time, the way that I balanced that, and if we pull in fluids, that's blocks, items, liquid. So if we look at, say, gasoline, okay, so gasoline energy 11,000 or 11.5. Duration is 29, right? So that is essentially we would, what I was planning on doing is taking the energy times 100 and then the duration. So energy for power per second, right? Energy times 100 is your power per second. So that would be 11,500 power per second. No, 1,150 power per second for 29 seconds. Which, when you multiply those together, right, 11.5 times 29, you get the total amount of energy in 10 milliliters of gas. So if we do how much energy is in 10 milliliters of gas. 10 milliliters again. contains approximately 320 to 340,000 joules. Okay? So 320 to 340,000 joules. So if we take 11.5 times 29, we get 333 and a half, right? 333.5 kilojoules a thousand. So that's 333,000 joules, which is right in the smack middle of this range. This is where I got those numbers, right? However, this is based on real world amount of time. This is where I think my fundamental problem was and why my numbers were so off. Because they're not scaled to the game time. Okay? 29 seconds in the game is very, very fast. Days, I believe, and anybody out there, if you have corrections, feel free, shout them out. The baseline for the game is, I think, 40-minute days. I think the days are 40 minutes long. Okay, so we take 40 minutes and we divide that by 24. That is 1 2/3 minutes per hour. Okay. So 1.67 minutes is an hour. So if we take 1.67, divide that by 60, that is roughly 2.8 seconds. No. 1.67 minutes. Well, 1.67 times 60 is 100 seconds. Okay. So 100 seconds for every hour in the game. So that's a little bit easier math. 100 seconds per hour. And then we want 100 seconds per hour. So we divide that by 60. That's 1.67 seconds per minute. If my numbers are off here. So 1.67 seconds per minute. Which would mean the 29-second burn time for the real world then I would have to scale the kilojoules as well. I would have to scale both of those values. Which would radically increase how much energy it's producing. And it would, the effect would be the same. Because the 29 seconds, so it would literally be a portion every half a second, or roughly a little bit more than half a second. So 1.67 seconds per minute. Divide that by 2, you're looking at 0.83 seconds per portion consumption. But energy, I would have to radically increase that, because 0.83 seconds to get 320,000 joules, let's say 333,000, 30 and 33 divided by 0.83, we would have to bump the power. No, 0.83. Would it be 333 times 0.83? No. $333 divided by 0.83. We would have to set, instead of 11.5, we would have to set that much, much higher, like 401 divided by 11.5. Yeah, 333. Because if the end result we want, let's look at my baseline diesel. This I fudged these numbers a little bit to get us exactly 1,000 power per second. It still produces the same amount of power as a real world example, but 1,000 power per second at 46 seconds. So 46 seconds, if 1.67 seconds is a minute, 46 divided by 60 is 77% of a minute. So 1.67 times 0.77. So it's like roughly 1.3 real seconds of scale, right? 46 seconds in real time or in the real world equals 1.3 seconds in the game. And from that 1.3 seconds, we want roughly 40,000 1,000 power per second for 46 seconds is 460,000 power? Or 40, I think it's 46,000. Yeah, 46,000 power. How am I off on that? $460 or 380,000 joules. Oh man, I don't know. This is a rabbit hole I did not expect to get today. But the amount of power that you're extracting from the distillation tower is orders of magnitude higher than the amount of power you put into it to make the fluids. Okay? So this is where my recipe balance was trying to balance this out. So if we look at the recipe for the distillation tower, we look at crude oil. So crude oil, the top tier here, right? This is 5,000 power per second to run this. And I based the power per craft around a value that it takes 3 hours to process in the like a single rest, like a single cycle. It takes 3 in-game hours because I again, my research, I asked, like, how long does it take, or how long would a distillation tower take to process 10 liters of crude oil? And the average came back like 3 hours. And it would take to heat it up, to have everything evaporate properly, to separate everything out. Now you can do it fast. You do it fast, you're gonna get contaminants. It's not gonna be a really good process. So, like, you could do it in an hour, but you're gonna have a lot of variability in the purity of what you're getting out of it. Okay, so I averaged it out 3 hours, which is where the power per craft comes from. Because this here is 5,000 power per second. Because every extension you add onto the tower adds another 500 power per second. So 5,000 power per second. And then I looked at what is 3 hours in the game. Right? What would take 3 hours in if at 5,000 power per second? And that's where I got 1.5 million power. So you put 1.5 million power. This is the power it takes to do one cycle of this craft. You input 1.5 million power, which is a lot, I admit. Right? It's it's 3 times higher than the base, which you're only getting diesel out of. But this one, you're getting a whole lot of other burnables. Naphtha, and gas, and kerosene, and all the things. But then I calculated these liters, right? Again, these are all based on real-world returns of you put 10 liters in, what do you get out? And this is all based on that. And then I calculated how much energy all of these would be. All the burnables. Except bitumen. That's an item. These are all fluids. So I took 1.7 liters. Again, this is 1,700 portions. Right? This is a lot of energy. A lot. And you put 1.5 million in, you get like, I don't know, 9, 10 million power out of it worth of stuff. Now, granted, you could be taking the naphtha and cracking it down. You could be making plastic. Same with the LPG. You could be using the kerosene and something else that is fancy. I don't even know. Like these fluids are going to exist. Then lubricant again. I'm going to need to include a flare stack to be able to void some of these in case they back up and people don't want them. But it is what it is. Like this is going to be a near, not exactly, but a near 10x return on the amount of energy that you're going to get out of this in burnables. So I don't know if people are going to be okay with that. If people are going to say that's too overpowered, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. But I might have to drop the durations right down because again, let's just do a quick. How long would 10 milliliters of diesel last in a 6-cylinder industrial generator? Okay, so these are different numbers. 10 milliliters of diesel would last 6-cylinder generator for only a few seconds, likely less than 10 or 15 seconds. A industrial 6-cylinder generator typically consumes several liters of diesel per hour. Okay. So my durations here are way, I don't know, where did I get the duration? Way off. The generator is barely idling or under very low load. It might be slightly longer, 10 to 15 seconds. So yeah, I'm gonna have to rebalance these before people really start using it. I'm gonna have to rebalance these figures. Just make a mental note. I'm gonna have to I must have gotten my wires crossed when I was coming up with all these different numbers. I have a feeling a spreadsheet is going to be in my future. To try to massage these numbers a bit, because I want to target like 10 milliliters of fuel. How much energy is in there? Roughly how much energy we can extract, how long it lasts in a generator to get that amount of energy, how much of that energy is actually extracted as work, and how much is lost as heat. So that's part of this process. Is you're not, like the kilojoules per second, you're not able to actually turn 100% of that into mechanical work, right? Mechanical energy. The kilojoules per second is just how much raw energy is contained in that fluid, not how much you actually get out on the other side. So I have to actually balance that on how much are you actually getting out, which would lower dramatically the crazy amount like of benefit, right? Because what I want to do is I want to encourage people to build a max distillation tower to get all of these different fuels, right? I want to encourage them to do it, right? Rather than punishing people who don't, I want to encourage the actual building of a max size distillation tower because it looks cool and it's awesome and it took a lot of work. But it works. Like I actually tested it and it works. Everything's good. And so I want to encourage people to do it. Which this is where the power balance comes in. Because if you're just burning diesel for whatever reason, maybe you're cracking everything else or whatever, you're just burning diesel. Well, that's a, you know, that is a whole separate issue. You maybe diesel, the 1.7 liters, maybe if you were just burning diesel, it would be a break even or something like that, and the other fuels would be better. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna have to rebalance all these numbers. I'm gonna have to revisit that. Unfortunately. All right, fluid generator. Well, we don't need well casing, that's for sure. Fluid capacity, 800 liters is fine. I don't. Typical generator, 600. I love how these ranges are so. Typical 6-cylinder generator generally consumes between 10 and 50 liters of diesel per hour. Like, that's a range. 10 to 50? I mean, if you go in between those two, to say 30, which is just split the difference. Again, I could add all sorts of things to this where, you know, it would be variable based on load. There's a lot of ways to handle this. So it could scale power generation with the fuel that it has. It could scale the burn rate based on whether the internal battery, right? The internal battery here, this max power, is this close to full, right? The more percent that is full, the more it draws down its consumption and production of power. There's definitely
suggestion.
So 1,000 power. 1,000 horsepower is a lot. That is a lot. Power in this context is not really in horsepower. It's in like kilowatts. It's in like kilowatt hours. So typically in industrial 6-cylinder generators, roughly 100 kilowatts to 300 kilowatts, right? So a 300 kilowatt generator, you're producing 300 kilowatts. That's probably running full bore max like crazy. And then that is essentially turning into kilowatt hours. If you run that at max speed for an hour, you get kilowatt hours. I'm becoming quite familiar with how this whole process works, just coding this stuff, because it's like, so horsepower is like almost a term of, it's a different way of looking at the power. It's more, horsepower is more mechanical energy than electrical. The like horsepower comes into contact with like torque, RPMs, stuff like that. This is just, how much you're actually generating by spinning a dynamo, basically. 85 to 90, I'm guessing that's gallons per hour. Yeah. I look at liters because the game is all liters. So it would be nice if it was gallons. Then I would actually understand how much that is. But, so like right down the middle, like 30 liters per hour would be 8.3 milliliters per second, which, remember, a portion is 10 milliliters. So this is almost using a portion per second. So this duration would be like 1. Right? Now remember, this I'm going to times by 10 or 100 to get power per second. Because again, there's the power rating in the mod is not exactly the real world. I'm not modeling kilowatts. I'm not modeling that stuff. That's too specific. That's too electrical engineer, and not really fun to nitty gritty control of that. Somebody else can come in and rebalance everything and make that work. Like, it's possible to do. But power per second for the mod is tangentially related to real world power. So like kilojoules per second, what I could set that to is power per second, right? Liquid fuel, like max power per second. Then I would set it to 1,000. Then the duration would be, well, how long at max power per second does a single portion, which is 10 milliliters, how long does that last? So, like, essentially is 1.2 per portion. Remember, this is not per liter. This is per portion, which is 100th of a liter. So it's 10 milliliters. But the problem is the amount of energy you get out of diesel. Again, this is where the sort of gamification comes from. We have an industrial generator, 100 to 300 kilowatt generator, burning for 1.2 seconds. Okay? So that would be a 300 kilowatt, at 300 kilowatts, that would be roughly 330,000 watts of energy from 1.2 liters or 1.2 burn time. So 10 milliliters. Right. So that would be roughly what we would get. So what I probably should do, so everything is the same, I should change energy KJS to like max power per second. And then duration would be how many seconds of burn. So, like, in order to get, I don't know what would feel right. If power, let's say, okay, we have power per second for the mod. Realistically, if we were to have a rough conversion of power per second to kilowatts, is it a 1-to-1? Or is it 10-to-1? Or 1,000-to-1? Like what? So like the LV generator is 100 power per second. A metal press, I think would be, I forgot what a metal press is. Like the LV tier of machines, most of them, not all of them, most of them use under 100 power per second. There's a few that there's a couple exceptions. But simple machines like that, think of in the industrial scale, right? You have like a wood shop and you have a log splitter, right? You have a table saw, right? You're able to plug those in to normal outlets at the very least. Maybe you need a 220 volt to plug some of those things in, right? I would imagine the 220 is a standard for industrial applications. But again, we're running into the difference between volts and watts. Like, I would really need an electrical engineer to break it all down and be like, all right, let's balance this all around the same concept, where power per second would be like either watts or kilowatts or right? We could like rethink how it balances like what power per second rating in the game, in the mod, is there a directly comparable? If you take like, we take the volts times the amps and we get the power per second or something. I don't know. But I do want to balance this at least around a concept that at least dips its toe in reality and it feels right. And it works. Because a 1.2 second burn time, that's quick. I mean, that's quick. It's going to burn through fuel real fast. But again, we're getting 1.7 liters. So that's 1,700 portions for every craft. Okay. So even the base one here is 500,000 power, and we're getting 1,700 portions. So 1,700 portions times 1.2, if the buttons on this calculator would work. So that would be a total burn time of 2,040 seconds. For that craft. And this is a 500,000 power that we would get out of this, which would be 3 hours, which would be roughly 5 minutes. It's roughly 5 minutes in the game. That's how it works. So 5 minutes is how many seconds? 5 times 60 would be 300 seconds. Is that right? 30 seconds would be half a minute. 300 seconds would be 5 minutes. Sounds right. Because 600 seconds would be 10 minutes. So 300 seconds would be 5 minutes. Essentially 3 hours in the game. So one craft at 500,000 power would give us 2,040 seconds worth of diesel. So we would be able to then do just with that diesel, we would be able to process another 7 cycles each time, getting more and more fuel. So that's off. That's out of balance. So if we lock down the amount of liters we get out of the craft, if we lock that down and say this can't change, because we have to base it off, we have to pivot off of something. We have to pivot the balance off of something. So if we say 10 liters in, 1.7 liters of diesel out, which is it's standard across the board, and all we change, right, is the amount of bitumen we get out, which is essentially waste. You can make asphalt with it. You can even burn it if you want. But each different tier adds a different output, which, better and better and better outputs, higher fuel out, or potential energy. But the baseline here, 1.7 liters, if we lock that down, say that's 1.7 liters we get out of 10 liters. So like 17% of 10 liters of crude is diesel. Now we need to figure out how much energy that is. So I'm gonna have to redo all these numbers, I think. That's just what's got to be done, unfortunately. Block shape inventory. Okay. Okay, that's done. All of that is relevant. Fluid generator core. Okay. We'll change basically the recipe here. highlight ID. What is my distillation extension highlight ID? Oh, that's the wrong. 58, 57, so 59. The highlight ID is just an internal. That's how the game differentiates the different highlights. I would imagine having a bunch of highlights of the same ID is probably not ideal, but let's close that. Close that. I'll have to rebalance all that stuff later. Okay, fluid generator. Having it be a pump jack, I don't like it. What I need to do is create that object for the diesel generator, and then we can customize it. So, yeah, max power per second, max power, all that stuff we're going to want to edit. Yeah, this is it, except for redoing, all of these. The schematic here, I need it in the game before I can do the schematic. I need to be able to build it. So, yeah, this is set to producer, can extract, good. VEBE fluid generator. Okay. VE fluid. Oh, VEMB fluid generator. Okay, now let's go maybe to the Derrick. Trying to figure out what would be the best. Distillation base might be better. Maybe. I have to base it on something. Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting here retyping 1,000 different 1,000 different variables, 100 different ways, and it's like, no, I want to just copy and paste and remove what I don't need. Right? What's nice is you remove the variables you don't need. There's going to be no real recipe to stuff to speak of. Inventory, we are going to need an inventory. Um, so inventory. Slot 0 is fluid input. Okay, percent output tank. I don't need this. We don't have an output tank. Output item. We don't have that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't have that. Inventory fluid generator. Okay, get auto push into slot. It is going to be the left and the right. If block facing equals null. Okay, that shouldn't happen. So we have counterclockwise and clockwise. If block facing dot code does not equal left or block facing dot code does not equal right, return null. I usually try to do my if statements. I don't know. I go back and forth. I usually try to make them inclusive rather than exclusive. This makes it easier to understand to just be like, if block facing our code equals left or block facing our code equals right, return whatever. But whatever. It's the same result. Get auto pull from slot. Return null. There is no pull from slot. If slot ID equals 0, get auto pull from slot. I don't need that. Okay. And we don't need these. Don't need this. Activate core. Called when a multiplexer is formed or broken. Yeah. We don't need to do anything here. Not. Yeah. Not yet, anyway. I don't think we need to do anything there. Unsim tick. That goes away. That goes away. There is no recipe. Rated power. Electric dot max power per second. It doesn't matter what's in there. I'll be massively overhauling that code. Find validate extensions. Obviously, there's no extensions here. Block info. We can take that. Take that. Okay. This just drops the inventory. Get clockwise. This is going to get control. I want to do dot opposite. Right, this is the back. This is where the interaction block is going to go. But it's basically just looking at what side I'm looking at. Block to variant side. So it's like, hey, this is a north facing thing. I want the south face in order for this interaction to be run. Anywhere on the south face is fine, but somewhere on the south face. Machine state is pretty ubiquitous across every version. Not that there's any real major stuff that has to go in here. So let's grab those. Okay. And we'll deal with the details later. But I just wanted to get this in. And error free. You know, that's the point. The meat and potatoes is the sim tick, right? This is where the power is generated and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna be tackling all of this later. Or I am, at the very least. That's the kind of code where I can't stream when I do it, because it's just like I need 100% of my brain on the task. Slot modified. Oh yeah, where's my constructor? There it is. We want 1. If ID item slot liquid only 50. But I know, yeah, the capacity of that I set then after the fact. But I can't do it here. I can't do this up here because this is the constructor. This is called much earlier than initialize. I'll just set it to default. $800. Now remember, a block of fluid is 1,000 liters. A single block is 1,000 liters. So it's much heavier amount of fluid than what people are used to in Minecraft. Because if you want to look at a bucket and compare the two, like a bucket, the fluid in Minecraft is buckets and millibuckets. In Vintage Story, you have a block of fluid, which is a single meter, cubic meter. Well, a bucket is 10 liters, right? So it would take 100 buckets to equal a block of fluid, right? A source block. So the 10 liters then is in portions. So I know in Minecraft, a bucket pulls a whole block in, right? So that would be 1,000 liter bucket. So a millibucket would essentially be a liter of fluid, would be a millibucket. Which is a lot. If you're dealing with like fuel and stuff. So the Vintage Story fluid system is much more granular than the Minecraft one. Right. So then we need to register this block entity with with the game. So we go down to the mod. And the actual tag I used goes in there. Just like that. And now it maps that tag to this object to be able to initialize it. And now we just do a once more over on this. SimTick. Just this is the important one to make sure that this isn't built. Doesn't matter. Okay. This, by the way, is the max tier distillation tower. I still don't know what to do about the whole weird X-ray thing. I have no idea. If somebody knows how to fix that, let me know, because I really want to fix that. So here's all the different fluids. I'm parked right next to one of these for a reason. We have a goat. Get out of here, goat. Get. Okay. Okay. We are facing south. It doesn't have any localization yet. How about that? Again, we have the texture, we have the weird texture thing there. I'm gonna have to. Is there a base game block that has like a mesh of some kind? Just want to make sure there's
The
nothing.
weird thing in the archive, but I don't know since
Weird,
it's really dark in there. You're not really supposed to be able to see it though.
the weird thing in the archive. That could be many things.
Yeah, in the center. So you got that big cylindrical room, and in the center of it's that weird dark object.
Does that have a bunch
I
of
think that
meshes and
has-
stuff in it?
I think so.
Yeah, I was hoping to
I'll try to
find.
think of something else.
I mean,
Maybe windmill.
it could be like even as simple as glass. Like what? Like the fact that glass, like you can see through glass and it's it's fine. I just don't know. Like I don't know. I think there's a render flag or something that I'm missing. But yeah, this. Look at that. It's ready to go. It's glorious. I really wish I could get rid of that stored food perish speed. I don't know why I can't get rid of that. There must be a simple way to do it. You can walk through it right now just because I don't have I don't have the schematic built yet. That comes after I get it, in the game. So there we go. I think if I save. If I look at the tank. Engineering block types. LV. Fluid tank. Because this renders fine, I think. Hmm. Side opaque. Let's look at. Oh, it's not that. Now, tentatively, if I look at. Oh, where is it? fluid tank. Render pass 3. These don't have render pass 3. So what is the render pass 3? I think that's what it is. I think that's the difference. So let's look at the actual tank shape. This is textures. We need shapes. Fluid tank. Shade. Transparent. Okay. We're going to open multi-block. Distillation base. Not sure what these are going to do. We can look at that in a second. Let's open distillation extension. So, is my meteorite particle mod updated yet. Visible meteorite particles. Last updated 2 days ago. Yay! Delete existing config before starting game. Okay. I can do that. It's gonna be in vintage story data. And config. I just wanted to get rid of all that. I get a bunch of log spam errors with that. So I was just hoping to not have that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the edges are going to need it. I can see very, very subtly the issue there. But it fixes the platforms. They're not all X-rayed now, which is nice. I have to do the same thing. God, those are really why? Why are those textures so awful? Yeah, this is facing west. So this would be the west side in the 3D editor because it's facing west, but it's all built on the north. So just rotate it. So this would be the west face. I can look at that texture and see. Yeah, that is really ugly. And I'm using the subnet system, the new subnet system, to dictate which ones go which. Right? Diesel, heavy oil. It's not a filter, but it can be used to filter. I mean, generically. Can I put a... Let's see. What are the odds that I could run into a visible, like the meteorite particles? Dungeon with 90 schematics generated. What? Wow. Okay. It's like a long ways away. I mean, the odds of just randomly coming across meteors are very, very tiny, which is why the particles are so useful. I was just hoping I would actually be able to find one and test it. This is a crazy landscape. Or that industry. Oh, thought he was dead. I haven't heard any bees yet either. Okay. Well, I mean, the generator is in. We're not going to finish it today. Not by a long shot, but it is in. And it looks pretty good. I mean, it doesn't look awful. Yeah, the vlog file is pretty crazy. How much gets spit out in here? All right. Good. That's a good starting point. Actually get it implemented, get it testing. But I'm going to have to rebalance the fuels. It's obvious. I'm going to have to rebalance all of that because the burn times I think are just way too high. Way too high. So what I did is the item liquid fuel here. This yeah, so liquid fuel, so energy per second, the fuel kilojoules per second here. I'm gonna have to maybe edit that. It's better to do it now. Because yeah, I think I'm gonna make that like max like fuel, or I don't know, max PPS might be too similar to like machines. Max power per second would be, I don't know. And then the duration, we can balance those to try to get at least close, maybe possibly. But again, I'm going to balance everything around diesel being 1,000 power per second, because I want diesel to be like the baseline of everything, and then other fuel values can go up and down. But I want diesel to be the baseline. So that's just a lot of busy work. So I thank everybody for coming by today. Hope you had some fun and learned some stuff. And yeah, thanks to everybody in chat, everybody who participated. I really appreciate that. Please hit that like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe or, not. I don't care. No, I do care. But if you want to support the project and the mod to ensure that new stuff gets added and, we're always pushing forward, then please consider being a patron or a channel member and supporting that way. Even at $2-3 a month, it still makes a huge difference. If I could get enough people, I wouldn't have to be looking for a job at the moment. So I am applying jobs, various jobs, trying to get something. So if something lands and I do get it, it's going to severely cut into my mod development time. So unfortunate. It is what it is. So I thank everybody for coming by again. Have a great rest of the weekend. Have a great Mother's Day tomorrow. And yeah, hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday.